Thank you. I'm calling to order the March 20th public meeting of the Vernon Township Board of Ed. Mr. Slam, can I get a roll call?
Ms. Brock, Mr. Smaglia.
Here.
Mr. Contino, Mr. Fisher,
Here.
Mr. Kraus,
Here.
Ms. Pellet,
Here.
Mr. Sweeney, Ms. Vaccarello,
Here.
Mr. Zimmerman.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Item C, it is recommended that the board enter closed session for the purposes of discussing legal, personnel, and student matters. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
John, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item, we are enclosed. Say it right. Thank you. Okay, item D, it is recommended that the board return to open session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
John, second. Did I get a second?
Oh.
Second, Stephanie, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Need a roll call?
Ms. Brock,
Here.
Mr. Smaglia.
Here.
Mr. Cantino.
Here.
Mr. Fisher,
Here.
Mr. Kraus,
Here.
Ms. Pellet,
Here.
Mr. Sweeney, Ms. Vaccarello,
Here.
Mr. Zimmerman,
Here.
Ms. Gianella.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise and join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Slam, item G, the reading of the meeting notice.
The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with provisions of the Act, Vernon Township Board of Education has caused notice this meeting to be published, and adequate notice has been provided, and notice this meeting has been properly posted in accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meeting Law. Just a couple quick notes. Our next work session is Thursday, April 10th, and our next public session is Wednesday, April 16th. And just please know that's a Wednesday as opposed to our usual Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Slam. Item H, approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. Stephanie, thank you. Questions or comments? Anyone have any corrections for the minutes? Any questions? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Cantino,
Yes, abstain where noted.
Mr. Fisher,
Yes, abstain where noted.
Mr. Kraus,
Yes, abstain where noted.
Ms. Pellet,
Yes.
Ms. Vaccarello,
Yes.
Mr. Zimmerman,
Yes.
Ms. Brock,
Yes, abstain H3 and H4.
Mr. Smaglia.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item I, tonight we welcome Tina Owie from the Center for Prevention and Counseling to present on an issue of great concern to our community, youth nicotine and cannabis use. As she will report, use has ticked downward recently, which is really wonderful, but Vernon, like many communities, still has a significant number of students obtaining and consuming both nicotine and marijuana, many of them at a shockingly early age. The hope with this presentation is to alert community members about the extent to which these products are being marketed and used by our community's children and what we can do to combat underage use. Tina, all you.
Ms. Howie, thank you for all you've done for Vernon in the last decade or 2 decades. It's much appreciated.
Oh,
Podium is fine. You can talk right to that microphone.
Oh, okay. All right. So just while our friend gets this up on the screen, just a few things. Center for Prevention and Counseling, our nonprofit agency located right in Newton. We've been serving the Sussex County community for 50 years. Actually, this is our 50-year anniversary. We provide prevention for substance use disorders, as well as treatment and recovery resources. Recovery services. Within our prevention pillar, we really have 2 tracks. One track is coalition building and working with communities to create higher level change. That's policies. Those are looking at ordinances. Those are just looking at environmental changes. And then the other track we have is within our school districts, providing direct service programming with students. So here in Vernon, we actually serve your students grades 2 through 8, but we just wrote a grant application to also serve your 9th graders starting in the next school district. So in Sussex County, we serve about 3,800 kids in evidence-based programming, which means about 3,800 kids receive programs 6, 8, or 15-week sessions. So we're not in there just for 1 or 2 sessions. We're in there for a long period of time delivering evidence-based programming. And Ashley's actually our prevention, our direct service prevention supervisor, and she has some of the outcomes of some of the work that we've done here in Vernon over this past year. So she'll share those out with you in just a little bit. But our prevention work spans from Vernon all the way down to Hopaka, over to the Walk Hill area, and then over towards the Stillwater area. So we really are everywhere in our county. Our substance use treatment programs, again, there is not one community that we see more of. It's anybody from Sparta to Vernon to Hopatcon to Stanhope. No community is immune from substance use disorders. And then our recovery resources, our recovery services. We do have a recovery community center in Newton. We serve those that are in need of treatment. We serve family members that are looking for guidance to help those loved ones navigate their way to recovery. It looks different for each person. And we have a collaboration with our police departments and our medical center, where if somebody overdoses from substance use, whether that's opioids, or if they have an alcohol use disorder, we will have a recovery coach or a recovery specialist from our agency meet that person at the ER or before they're discharged from the hospital, so that we can provide them with services so they can continue on their way to recovery. Again, recovery looks different for each and every person. At our agency, we have a staff of about 60. About 25 of those 60 are within our prevention team. So we are out in the community. We do surveys with our schools every 2 years. So a lot of the data that we have here with you tonight is from our surveys. We also do a lot of informal focus groups and key informant interviews with our partners throughout the county, anybody from our police officers to our EMS, to our school counselors, our SACs, our principals, but also our businesses. So we also gather information from them. So we'll share some of that information with you. So I'm giving you a very short snippet of our Sussex County Youth Drug Trends presentation. This is normally about 1 hour and 15 minutes, and I took some slides and condensed it to about 15 to 20 minutes. So I figured I'll share with you some of the trends that are more relevant to our young people, our middle school and our high school kids. And then we'll talk about some of the programming here in Vernon. Elise is the coordinator of Northern New Jersey. She covers 7 counties. We're lucky to have her at our agency. She is our Tobacco Free for Healthy New Jersey representative. And she could talk to you about electronic nicotine devices, some policies, and all of that good stuff, and share with you the good work that's being done here. She's also a wealth of information if you have any questions regarding vaping. So just a little rundown of what we're going to do in the next 20 to 25 minutes. And you can interrupt and ask questions too. Okay, so where does it start? It's really important, you know, when we're doing, talking about prevention, talking about services and where it begins, our job as prevention specialists is to delay the onset of use for as long as possible. We know if we can delay a young person from starting to use alcohol, tobacco, or marijuana, and those are the products that we're most concerned about right now with our young people, we can delay that as long as possible. They're more likely to succeed. They're more likely to not get in trouble for making bad choices. They're most likely not going to lead down the path of addiction. We know through just data collected through the CDC and through SAMHSA, almost 70% of kids who start using alcohol before the age of 15 will also try a drug. So I don't want to say that alcohol is a gateway drug. It's really alcohol and marijuana go hand in hand now. Alcohol is still the #1 drug choice for our young people and for our adults. But most times if a young person's at a party and alcohol is there, chances are that marijuana will be available there as well. So definitely a direct link between early use of alcohol use and other substances. The surveys that we do, we've been trending downward. So right now we have the lowest amount of youth using substances. And I say that, but I'm also going to say those substances that kids do use are more dangerous than they've ever been in the history of like us doing prevention work. And I'll share why that is. But we're seeing a rise right now among the county of middle school kids using alcohol. So we never want to take the foot off the pedal when we're doing prevention work in regards to underage drinking, because that leads to other substances. And while we've seen a nice decrease, our high school numbers have plummeted. We are starting to see pockets of increases, and that also includes our middle school kids. 22 teens every week. So this is not a local stat. This is actually across the country. Across the country in the United States, we lose 22 teens a week to opioid use disorder from overdoses. And this is really concerning because these are young people, right? But what's more concerning is the pills that the kids are overdosing aren't your traditional medications that you get from a pharmacy. So what we're most concerned about are the counterfeit pills, the non-medical use of prescription drugs. So almost all of our middle and high school kids are on social media, whether that be TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, whatever it is that they're on. And these platforms are where our young people are getting counterfeit pills, and they're not knowing, they don't know that they're counterfeit pills. Law enforcement has a very difficult time identifying counterfeit and real pills. So our general young person is not going to be able to do that if law enforcement can't. But what I want to draw your attention to is that blue pill on the top. That is Oxycontin. The top pill is a real oxy. The bottom one has fentanyl. The second one down, that is Adderall. Okay, the bottom pill is meth, the top pill is actual prescription, and then the bottom pill is Xanax. The pill to the right is fentanyl, the pill to the right is a real Xanax pill. So when you're taking a look at Oxycontin and Xanax, there is a level of harm that is attributed to using those prescriptions, right? If a young person is misusing an Oxycontin or Xanax, they understand that there's a level of harm that could happen from using those drugs. But when somebody is using Adderall, perception of harm is very low. It's very low. Our high school kids, our college age kids will use Adderall if they want to cram for a test, if they need to stay up, maybe they're working several jobs to pay bills, to go to school, whatever it is that they need. If they're partying and then they have schoolwork to do, Adderall will be used. And so I'm always concerned about Oxycontin and Xanax, but a big concern in the prevention world are the Adderall type of medications where we're seeing meth and fentanyl in those pills. And I'll tell you, kids aren't aware that the drugs that they're buying, the prescription drugs that they're buying, are not coming from a pharmacy. Okay. These are, just dealers that are on the platforms and making their products available to those that are on those same platforms. So the DEA often shares emojis that are associated with substances, and these are the latest that they've shared with us, just dealer advertising what different products means. So again, this is definitely concerning. What's good news about this? A couple of years ago, not a couple, maybe 2 years ago, it was 5 out of 10 pills had a lethal dose of fentanyl. It went all the way up to 7 out of 10 pills had a lethal dose of fentanyl, which means 7 out of the 10 pills that the DEA had confiscated had a lethal dose of fentanyl. That has tracked down a little bit. That's come down. So we're back down to about 5 out of the 10 pills. So 50% of the pills confiscated have a lethal dose of fentanyl in them. That pencil tip right there, that is considered a lethal dose of fentanyl. Okay. We are going to talk a little bit about vapes. Really important to understand. A vape is a device to use both nicotine and THC. Okay. It's really difficult to determine which vape is for nicotine and which vape has THC in it. They look identical. I actually have, some more like the trendier vapes that kids are using, so that you can see how it has kind of changed over the years, and I'll pass these out. But what the difference with vaping, what the concern with vaping is that the vape products that are made available, when they were first marketed, right, they were to help you quit using traditional cigarettes. And what we have learned is that there's more nicotine in those vape products than there are in a pack of cigarettes. So the kids that are using these vape products don't realize the amount of nicotine in there, and they're becoming addicted to them. Just like the way, you know, I explained it the way my mom and dad were addicted to combustible cigarettes. They couldn't quit. My mom had oral surgery, she quit. My dad smoked until the day he passed away. He couldn't quit, tried so many times, he couldn't do it. And he started smoking when he was a teenager. It's the same thing. These vape products have replaced combustible cigarettes. So the nicotine salt is a concentrated form of nicotine. And these products have high levels of nicotine. And so, you know, and they've kind of changed. It used to be the big boxed vapes, right? And then kids were getting in trouble with them, so they became sleek, so you could hide them. They looked like USBs. They go up a sleeve in a pocket, really hard to detect. Well, now the bigger ones are gaining popularity again. So these are some of the ones that can be purchased at vape shops here locally. These were all purchased in Sussex County, but this is Blue Raz Ice. And this device, you can text, you can listen to music, you can do all kinds of things with this device. And again, this was $20. I'm sorry, this was $24.99, but this is now what's popular with our young people. This one is Geek Bar Strawberry Mango. Again, a little bit different. It pulses, so this has I don't have my glasses on, but 15,000 regular puffs. And if you put it on pulse mode, I think that number is 7,500. Yeah, so if you want fast, quick, 7,500 puffs out of here. So they are stronger, they're more flavorful, and they are cheaper. The most popular flavor is this flavor, which is strawberry cereal donut milk. Right, so this is what our kids are using, those that choose to vape. Okay, so all of them have very high levels of nicotine. They're becoming addicted to the products. So the products to the right of the screen, I don't have any of them because with our grant fundings, I'm not really allowed to purchase THC products. But they come in the similar packaging as the vapes that we have here. The old Juul, they look like the old Juul, but very hard to tell the difference between a nicotine and a THC vape. What I can share about THC vapes is that we have dab pens. So most kids that will use THC will either use a vape or they'll use a dab pen. In the dab pen, they have carts. So that there's a cartridge. It looks like it has honey in it, right? To the left, well, to the right of the screen, but to the left. That's high potency THC. That's about 60 to 80% THC in that cart. And then we, again, also have the regular vapes. So I'm going to talk more about the THC vapes in just a few minutes, but I want to go back to regular vapes, what we're seeing. So we have the higher potency the higher potency, I guess you could say, nicotine vapes, which our kids are becoming addicted to. We have resources to help address this. And so I want to talk a little bit about those resources. One, we have Vape Free NJ. Okay, it's a text to quit application that kids can use. We've had success in other school districts who have chosen to use that service. Other high school kids have reported to Elise and Tanya, who Tanya runs our Incorruptible S program, that they receive the fun bracelets that we give out. They've texted the number on there, and they were able to receive messaging and services to help them quit. We also have Incorruptible.us. Vernon has an Incorruptible.us program. Tanya comes here, it's peer-to-peer, it's at the high school. It's not very well attended, but she is building on that. I will share with you, we had a meeting today with some grant funders, and we're trying to find funding to be able to have Incorruptible at Vernon High School a little bit more frequently. So instead of once or twice a month, it'll be a little bit more frequent. So again, that conversation was had today with our Department of Mental Health and Addiction Service funders to see if we can make that happen. And not only here in Vernon, but there's a couple of other high schools who have requested it. Tanya's one person, covers 6 counties, and she's doing a really great job here in Sussex and some of our other schools. But we can't dedicate her specifically for this this district and the other district that we have in mind too. So again, we're looking for grant funding for that. But that's peer-to-peer. Those are kids helping kids, not only with vaping prevention and you know, sharing the thought that not all kids are using vapes, because they're not all. There's a perception that they all are, but that's not the case at all. I want to say it was like 22% of kids were reporting that they used vape products. So we also have Aspire, which Elise can talk a little bit to you about that when she talks about policy, if you have any questions about that. But Aspire is a program that is online, and it's an alternative to suspension program for kids that are caught with a vape product. So instead of suspending and sending home, they would go to an in-school suspension setting and do it during the in-school suspension setting on their first offense. So that is something that is free to every public school in New Jersey through New Jersey Department of Health in collaboration with Tobacco Free for Health in New Jersey and the Cancer Center in Texas. Anybody have any questions about any of these resources up here? Is this new to you, or have you known about these resources?
I knew about one of them.
Okay.
New to me.
Anybody else?
Elise has a packet of information for, I think, most of you or some of you, that will have more information. Okay. But it can all be shared out too, and she'll share more about that.
How does Aspire work?
So Aspire, do you want to talk about quickly about Aspire?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I could do it from right here. Is the
Oh,
mic
yeah,
on?
we would need the mic. for
Oh, for the
people.
online people?
Sorry.
Okay, sure. So Aspire is a partnership. It's a MD Anderson, like Tina said, and it's free. It's possible that Vernon could be already signed up. I don't have the access to do that right now, and my partner who does is out of state right now. But we could already look, you could already have it. If not, it's very easy to get signed up. And it really works like a video game, but it's education. So the students create an avatar and they have to go up a level. So something they're very, very familiar with, right? A video game kind of format. But it's education about nicotine, risk of nicotine use, and navigating through all that. And then once the students complete the whole program, they get a certificate, and, you know, there's an administrator in the school for it. So you have a record of who's done the Aspire program, and it is recommended as an alternative to like an out-of-school suspension, like Tina said.
And so 2 questions. So it does take place in the school building?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just speak to why that's preferable than suspending student when they're, because just
Yeah.
so people understand, because that's our.
If they're suspended outside of school, they're most likely still vaping, like you're not addressing, they're not getting any early intervention. They're not getting any assistance. They're maybe, you know, not getting some referral to help with quitting. So it's preferable to try to do something on site in school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to quickly turn to marijuana and talk about that for a little bit. So really the landscape of marijuana continues to change and has changed dramatically over the last several years. We now have products that have high THC potency, and those products are your traditional flower marijuana, anything from flower marijuana to edibles, to vaping devices, to tinctures, to creams, to, gosh, what am I missing? Drinks now. So lots of different products now that are available in regards to cannabis. And what's really important to understand is that the cannabis that is available now is very different than it was when most of us in this room were growing up. The potency level has skyrocketed. So it's genetically engineered in that manner to have higher levels of THC. So your flower marijuana, which most of us might be more familiar with just from TV and such. Though that's marijuana or a product that somebody would like roll a joint with or something of that nature. It used to be the THC potency was between 3 and 5%. And now the potency is anywhere between 18, 19%. And I'll show you a slide. It goes even higher than that, you know, and you're 23, 24% THC. The vaping products have a much higher THC, and that's anywhere between 60 and 80% THC. It can go all the way as high as 95% THC, okay? Very different from the 80s and 90s when it was, you know, 5 to 8%, okay? Your edibles also have a high THC potency. Problem with edibles is that people don't understand it takes your body some time to absorb that food. So people do have adverse reactions from consuming edibles because they're not following the directions on the packaging and they're consuming too much. So if you look at an edible, there's a package, it has directions. It'll be just say a Wonka bar. It looks just like a Hershey bar and it has those little slices and then slices this way. One serving is one of those little bars. Well, who's going to eat one of those little bars, right? So it leads to adverse reactions. Gummies, they come with directions. Sometimes it's only half of a gummy. Okay, kids aren't eating just half of a gummy. They're eating a whole gummy or maybe a bag of gummies. So we are hearing about greening out. I don't know if that's anything that you've heard of before, but that's when somebody actually overdoses on cannabis. And that could be because somebody has is newer to using cannabis and has had too much cannabis, or if somebody who you know, just has had too much cannabis. But we're seeing that we're seeing it both. Those who have had experience with cannabis and are, you know, users, and those that are newer, a little bit lighter to cannabis, having adverse reactions and greening out. And that's anywhere from throwing up nonstop to having heart rate increase to passing out to panic attacks, anxiety, really where EMS needs to be called and a child needs to be taken for medical care. So in Sussex County, our rates, we did not see an increase. I'll tell you that. We didn't see an increase from 2021 to 23. That could be because in 2021, we surveyed when schools were coming back right after COVID. And then we surveyed in 2023 in December. And what we got from that was that it really stayed flat with marijuana use, even though legalization had occurred. So 13% of our 12th graders and 10% of our 11th graders reported using marijuana in the last 30 days when we took this survey. Surveys are being done across the county again in this fall. So it'll be interesting to kind of look at this, the 2023 data to the 2025 data, which will be, I think, more representative of what's happening. Comparing it to 2021 during COVID probably wasn't, you know, I don't, probably didn't give us the greatest information. But at least it gives us a benchmark right now for where we're at. Real misperceptions among kids and parents is that marijuana is not addictive. We know that it's addictive. 1 in 9 adults and 1 in 6 kids become addicted to marijuana, and that is research that's done with the lower THC, the lower potency THC. When we started doing research about cannabis in the United States, only one university was doing that testing, and that was the University of Mississippi. And at the time, they couldn't use a higher level of THC product. So they were using 5% THC. So now thinking with the higher levels of THC, I'm sure it's more than 1 in 6 young people. But again, lots of misperceptions. So this just talks about the potency over the years. This is just for flower marijuana. This is not our concentrates. So our concentrates is what our young people are using. They're using the vapes, they're using the dab pens, they're using the edibles, most of them. What I like to talk about with marijuana is among our young people we've been to a lot of conferences. I could talk about marijuana for a really long time, but if, everybody's trying to address the mental health challenges that are affecting our young people. And if you're going to address the mental health challenges, you also need to address their use of marijuana. Because we're seeing mental health challenges increase among those that are users of marijuana at a young age. There's plenty of research to go along with that. If anybody's interested, I can send it to you. But what we're learning and what we're hearing and seeing is that higher doses of THC are more likely to produce anxiety, paranoia, and psychosis, and that's short-term or longer term. And again, throughout our county, we do have students, kids that end up in the ER due to adverse reactions to this higher potency marijuana. Okay, this is just a sampling of some of our current local products. This was taken right from a dispensary here in Sussex County. It just shows the THC potency of some of the products. I am definitely not saying our kids are getting products from dispensaries. I absolutely believe they are not, but these are products that they can get anywhere online, and it's super easy to get this stuff if you ask a young person. So 24% THC in the leaf, the flower, the bud, and then those carts there is about 85% THC. For our young people, these are your more popular cannabis products. These are Elf is a big brand. I want to say something about the tinctures up here. We've had some incidences with kids being at parties and those tinctures being put into drinks unknowingly. And Torch is also a big brand for cannabis use. So the torches and the Elf bars look just like other vape devices. Okay, so my last slide about marijuana is that when parent disapproval goes down, use goes up, and that's with any substance. We saw it with alcohol, and now we see it with marijuana. Parent disapproval right now is at the lowest it's ever been, which means kids don't perceive that their parents would be mad if they were using marijuana. Okay, so it's the kids' perception of what their parents think. So again, if you see that, the kids' perception of parents being angry has gone down, and we're seeing that use has gone up. It kind of matches. This is just self-reported use. This is our 6th to 12th grade combined. Okay, so, yeah. So alcohol use right now is at an all-time low. Our e-cigarette use is about standard. Marijuana use is average. Our prescription drug use is low. Do you have any questions regarding any of the substances I touched upon?
Anybody? No.
Okay. I do have one slide that I just like to share. So I'll say this. I hate wordy PowerPoints. But my brain sometimes just doesn't always work, especially at night. But alcohol, marijuana, vapes, and non-medical use of prescription drugs, we added non-medical use of prescription drugs recently. Alcohol, marijuana, and vapes is what we were always concerned about. But once those counterfeit drugs started showing up here in Sussex County, we added that because perception of harm is so low. And when that's low, use will go up. Again, substance use at the lowest among our kids. However, drug overdose is the 3rd cause of death among teens. Okay. 5 out of the 10 pills contain a lethal dose of fentanyl. Vapes are devices that deliver both nicotine and THC. And when addressing youth mental health, we also should address their cannabis use. So I think I covered everything that I absolutely wanted to. Again, taking a 90-minute presentation and shrinking it to 20 minutes was difficult, but
Did a great job.
if you have any questions about any of those substances, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I have a question. It's not about the substances per se, but your surveys ask the students, you mentioned they're not getting them from dispensaries. So do you know where they are getting them?
Yeah, actually the survey does ask. It doesn't ask for marijuana. It asks for alcohol. I have to look for marijuana, but for alcohol.
For vape, for nicotine.
Yes, it does for the vape devices, retailers. So we have at least this is like her area. She's like the queen of policy. She covers 6 counties, does great work in our more urban areas, but our rural areas are a little bit more difficult because it's just the way our health departments are set up. Vape shops, online, and through friends.
Is
That's-
there anything as a community that we can do to kind of limit access? And is that even a valid way to approach it?
I can talk about it, yeah.
So it's vape shop licensing,
Yeah, vape shop licensing.
has to go through the health department. It's something that Elise has
Yeah.
worked on with our health department, but there's lots of
Well, we have a lot of model
Yeah.
policies throughout the state. There are a lot of municipalities that have done really strong policy work. So, you know, we work with Sustainable Jersey, it can be done and it's working.
It can be done with, like the town, you mean, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, municipality can have their own tobacco license. They can use that fee to have enforcement, because a lot of times our health departments, especially if you have a county health department, they just don't have the staff.
Mm.
But they could hire someone, and, you know, flavored vapes are not legal in New Jersey, and they haven't been since 2020. We all know they're in the stores. And that's where it's hard to go town by town, but that's what we're doing right now until we get something better. But a town can have some control over that. And, you know, you could have a 21 and only access if it's a vape shop. You know, then you can't enter the store if you're not 21, and that keeps a lot of the products out of reach. That doesn't mean they can't go online, that's another issue, but at the local level, that's one of the strongest things that towns can do.
Thank you.
Quick question, if these flavored vapes are illegal and they're still in stores, how do you enforce that? I mean, do these people get shut down or no?
It's been challenging to enforce. Our AG issued a letter to 11,000 stores recently, warning them that these products are illegal. The FDA has done civil money penalties up to $20,000 to some stores, so they're hitting them hard, so they know that it's serious, but it is difficult to take the products out of the store when you know, we have like 11,000 licensed stores, and, you know, there aren't enough inspectors, like state level inspection and of FDA, there just aren't enough inspectors to go to every store. So if every town has a mechanism to visit the stores and, you know, let them know these products aren't legal and take the actions and have fines. And maybe if you get to strike 3, you lose your license. 'Cause
Right.
there's so many different ways to write a policy, but to be unique to your town, to what you need, yeah.
So
Thank you.
when people go to buy vapes and THC products on the internet, what kind of identification, because I know it's kind of terrifying how easy it is for young people to get access to vapes and THC using the internet. What kind of verification can an online retailer even use to make sure that the person buying the product is over the age of 21? Do we have, is it stricter than just buying something on Amazon? I mean,
So, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, that's just a big loophole.
Yeah, it's a problem because you just have to put in a birth date on I haven't tried the THC website, but on the vape websites, it's just putting a birthday. And so I could change my birthday to be over the age of 21. You know, and that's what happens.
They don't have to sign for it or anything, like, you know, how.
I don't know about
It's just
THC, but for the vape products.
Okay.
And to make you sign for a cell phone, right? I mean,
Well, they
That
make you
should-
sign for alcohol,
Right.
don't they? If you, I mean,
oh, I don't know, I
I don't
don't,
really do that, but I thought they used
Yeah,
to.
I just go to
If you
liquor
ship
stores.
yourself wine from Europe, you had to sign for it.
yeah.
But I would say that your vape products are more purchased online rather than your THC products, because that's much easier to get just, you know, locally.
because I mean, those vape products you were showing, I teach middle school. And I've literally found those things on 6th graders, and they'll put them in their shoe.
Yeah.
They'll put them in their shoe. It's terrifying how common it is amongst people who are so young
Yeah.
and so impressionable. And the internet part is what always really got to me, is that they're getting them at the time.
Yeah, they get them shipped, and if mom and dad are home, they'll get them shipped to a neighbor's or someplace like that and scoop up the package beforehand. But the good thing is, like, prevention works. We've been doing prevention for a long time. Use has gone down. We work with so many school districts in our county. Vernon, we are in heavy. We have great relationships with your school administrators, your teachers, your staff. Your kids are amazing. So we do programs from grades 2 all the way up through grades 8 right now. From footprints, teaching about asset building and character development with your second graders, to life skills trainings for grades 3 through 8, a WMBI program that is specific to media and messaging and marijuana and prescription drugs with grade 6. And then we are bringing in Understanding Pure RX, which is about prescription drugs and opioid overdose prevention. And that's going to be a 5-session program that is for all 9th graders during health class next year, as long as we get the Newton Medical Center grant funding, which I hope we do. We've been constant receivers of that, which funds some of the programs here. But your programs here, I'll say, you have a variety of different funding sources for your programs, and we kind of streamlined everything so that we covered grades 2 through 9. So you have state funding through New Jersey Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services here with our staff. You have opioid settlement funding through the county that's here in Vernon. And you also have Newton Medical Center Community Advisory Board funding here. So if you know anybody from Newton, say thank you. And if you know anybody that works for the county, of course, say thank you too. But Ashley, we looked at all the programming that we did the last school year, and we were able to pull some outcomes. You have all of that information in your folder. And you also have, so you have all of the programming that we do is here, front and back. This is all specific to Vernon. And then you have kind of like an infographic of outcomes that we were able to pull. So when kids do our programs, they have to complete a post survey and to share information that they learned. So we give them some questions, they answer it, and then we use Qualtrics to spit out the outcomes. So those outcomes are here. So Ashley works really hard at making sure our educators are well prepared for your kids. She can talk about any of the programming if you have questions about it. She can talk to you about some of the outcomes that are listed. Do you have any questions or want us to get into that level of detail? It's up to you.
Does anybody have questions about that? I mean, is there a way to reach out after the meeting?
Yeah. You can always call
we're all
call our
past
agency.
Digesting, but
Yeah.
I do want to thank you so much. I mean, like you, my parents were both smokers. My father died of emphysema, and now they call it COPD. He started when he was 13. And it's just horrifying to me that kids are being marketed and, enticed really into being addicted to the same, thing. And we know better now, right? So this is just, it's important work that you're doing. So
I appreciate all the education you do for our students, and especially for the education you gave us tonight. It's long overdue that you came in and presented to us, and I wanted to thank you for your time tonight. Much appreciated.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank
Thank
you very much.
you. And if anybody's interested on a town council, looking at policy that way in addressing vaping, you can reach out to Elise. It's what she does. She works with big cities like Newark and Patterson and Edgewater. She's amazing. So if you want to address that piece, with vape shop licensing, she is your girl. She's been with Tobacco Free for quite a while and really knows policy work. So reach out to her.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
You want to leave your folder with one of them?
Yeah, that would be great.
And again, thank you. And Russ, again, we so appreciate being in your schools.
Well,
You
I
have
appreciate you even more, Tina.
amazing staff. Your kids are awesome. And, we're lucky to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just come around and grab them.
Very interesting.
I know Joey's there.
She's heads up incorruptible. But that's a little bit about, a little bit more about.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so you weren't there, was Jen, I was mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's very
Yes.
good.
I'll take a picture and send it to you. Okay, now I'm out of my place here. Where are we?
President's report, right?
Oh, are we present for it? Nice. But I need to know what item. Just give me 1 second, you guys. So sorry. Okay. Found it. Okay. So item J, President's report. I just have 2 quick things. We have a lot of ground to cover, so I just want to thank our business administrator, Ray Slam, for all his hard work on our budget, our district's budget for next year, which he presented at our workshop meeting last week and submitted to the county. Yay. Along with all of the supporting documents. It's always a bit of a race, and it's always a relief to have that submitted. So congratulations to Ray and thank you.
Thank you.
And then second, this month is the 5th anniversary of the month that we closed for COVID. It was March of 2020. And I just want to take a moment to reflect on the fact that that was such a challenging time, and we forget sometimes we always have challenges, but they're not as big, knock wood, as they were back then. And so it's just good to have that, to be 5 years on in that. So yay that we're done with that. Okay, that's all I've got because we have a lot on our plate here tonight. So item K, public comments. We just get a reading of the lovely public comment notice.
During the course of the public meeting of the Vernon Board of Education, the public is offered the opportunity to address the board on agenda items and any issues regarding the school district. The board reminds those individuals to take this opportunity that they must identify themselves by name and section of town and limit their comments to agenda items and or issues that directly relate to the operations of the school district. Issues that are raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board or administration at this time of the meeting or at any time. All comments will be considered and a response will be forthcoming if and when appropriate. The board requests that members of the public keep their comments to a limit of 5 minutes, be courteous, respectful, and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding students and employees of the Board of Education should be thoroughly considered by the speaker and may or may not be responded to by the board or administration. Be advised that students and employees have rights of confidentiality and other protections under the law. Student names should never be used. The board bears no responsibility nor will it be liable for any comments made by the public during the public portion of the board meeting. Members of the public should consider the comments in light of legal rights of those affected or identified in their comments and be aware that they are personally legally responsible and potentially liable for the comments that they make to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Slam. I'd like to open the floor for public comments. Is there anybody in the public who, oh, and please state your name.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Scott Castle from Glenwood. I just had watched the last meeting, so I just had a couple of comments on the budget and the budgeting process. I create, monitor, maintain budgets for large projects at my work, so I have a lot of interest in it, outside of the fact that I'm also a taxpayer. And actually, before I go further, I want to say it's great to have some new people on the board. I had never met Mr. Fisher, but some of the questions and comments he had were a lot of the things I was thinking as I was listening to the presentation. And I also kind of agreed with whoever had called in and said some of the replies he got were a little strange and seemed like defensive, and they were just kind of common questions that were being asked. So that was a little weird, because I know if I get if I get upset every time somebody questioned one of my budgets, I just spend my whole day fighting at work. So but that was good. I think it was interesting that it seemed to me, and I can be wrong, but it seemed to me that only Mr. Fisher went through line by line on all the budget items. And I know there's a lot of items, but I would find it really hard to believe that not every single person would at least have one question or one clarification, just because of the sheer number of items and also some of the vague wording on some of those line items. So I know there's a tight time constraint that you got the first time, so maybe you didn't have enough time to go through it, but I'm hoping that, more questions are going to be asked and brought up from other members on here. And I know Mr. Slam had said that, he didn't get a ton of offline questions, so it wasn't that they got answered there. I do, understand that public and private budgeting is different, but I think the basics of budgeting is the same. And, I'm not trying to be preachy or overly critical, but it just seems like the last two budgets at least, that really the high level process is we get a wish list from the superintendent. We total that up, we divide it by the number of taxpayers, and then we figure out how much we have to raise taxes. I don't see a lot of admin. I don't see a lot of overhead cuts even proposed, not necessarily enacted. Maybe they don't make sense, but I don't see that really happening, which, to me is a little bit not how you budget. The other thing is, and sorry, I'm not trying to just constantly complain, but I have to get it all in because I haven't been here in a little while. So the 2% cap that we have from the state, that's a maximum cap, but it seems like what we do is we treat it as this is our annual increase that goes into place no matter what. And it's especially concerning this year where we got more money. I mean, last year we complained we didn't get enough money from the state, so we had to raise taxes a crazy amount. This year, we got more money than we thought from the state, but we're still saying, let's raise the taxes 2%. And I don't think we have a lot of concern on the burden that it's putting on the taxpayers year after year to, if they raise I have no confidence that if the state said, okay, now you can raise taxes 3%, that we wouldn't say, okay, we need to raise them 3%, not for any reason that's really proven, just the fact that we want more money for the district. Another piece that I'm not overly thrilled with is whenever cuts are mentioned, we immediately jump to that means we're going to get rid of 3 teachers, or that equates to 5 teachers or whatever. Whereas for me, the teachers are the last thing you're looking at. It should be, again, overhead and admin. And the answer should be, that's one admin position and a 15% reduction in these 2 departments or whatever it is. That's the first thing we should jump to, not saying the scare tactic of, we're going to have to get rid of teachers and all of that. I don't, in my line, I don't have the luxury of raising taxes, but I think that, we need to make sure that we try to find cuts first before we raise up the taxes as the first solution for all
I
of
don't mean
this.
to interrupt you, but you have 30 seconds, just
Okay.
so you know.
So again, I know the admin and overhead cuts are painful, but they're important for 2 reasons. One is what I said, to keep the forward-facing people. The second one is that if they continue to go unchecked, it ends up being so big that now we're affecting the critical processes that we're budgeting for, and we lose things like the late bus. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in public or online?
We have Jason Pellegrini.
Okay. Mrs. Palladini?
Yes, good evening. First, I just want to say that the presentation on the drugs was just absolutely staggering. And I want to thank the individuals for not only coming tonight to share these things with us, but for the work they do, because their work is such important work. And as I said, it's just totally staggering. I want to make a suggestion. When you have these meetings, the camera view cuts off at certain Board of Ed members. Couldn't the cameraman go back further or do something to include all of the board members? Because
Mrs. Palladini, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but I just this public comment session is for items related to the agenda. I happen to agree with you on that particular thing, but could you confine your comments at this session to items on the agenda, please?
Yes, they are about items on the agenda, but at any rate, that's part of the agenda, but okay. One other thing that was part of the agenda, I noticed several people saying abstain where noted. The public wants to know where board members are abstaining. They have the right to know and not just have a blanket statement abstain where noted. In government processes, elected officials are supposed to tell what they are abstaining on. So I'd like to see those people say what they're abstaining on. And if not, I'd like to be able to Oprah that information. My last comment is two comments actually. Budget comments. I'm going to reserve those until when you adopt the budget rather than take your time now. And the last thing I want to discuss is Innovamat.
That is
I-
not on the agenda right now, Mrs.
Please
Palladini.
please don't breathe down my neck.
I'm so sorry, but it is not
Wait
on
a
the
minute.
agenda tonight, so it would have to
Minute.
wait till the second public
Wait
comment
A
session.
minute. What I was going to say is since it's not on the agenda, I will wait till the end of the meeting.
Oh, great.
Jump down.
I'm so
people.
sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Apology accepted. Thank you. That's it.
Do we have anyone else on that?
Yeah, Martin Perringer.
Mr. Perringer?
Yes, I would just like to say regarding the budget and the 2% cap and the extra money that we're getting from the state. Our budget roughly, and I would like to get, as I'm gonna state some closer numbers, our budget roughly has been lately close to $70 million. The published inflation rate is 3.5%. 3.5%. Now, I do not know if the school inflation is the same as the regular inflation, but it would be nice to know what our inflation rate is, which is done out of teacher salaries increases, administrator salary increases, which have to keep track with the general inflation, and then insurance. My insurance used to go up more than the inflation, etc., etc. Now, 3.5% of 70 million is about $2.5 million. 2% of the 48 million tax rate is about 900 and change. We got $1 million from the state. So that makes up $1.9 million with a $2.5 million increase in inflation. That means unless school inflation is much lower than regular inflation, there had to be cuts. And yes, I do not want to cut teachers, but I know because I have been watching the Board of Ed for quite a while, since about 1998 or something like that. We have had way more administrators than we had now. We have eliminated a lot of administrators. Our overhead, department-wise, schools, what you're gonna do, not fix the roof? We have been for years, for about 10 years, always running behind and fixing stuff, not when it should be replaced. I was on the committee myself, but we usually fix stuff when the roof is leaking or when something breaks, then we fix it. So taking money out of there, I don't know. How much fewer? We used to have an assistant superintendent. We used to have, I think, four vice principals at the high school. I think we have now one or two. So, etc. So it is difficult, and maybe you guys could comment a little bit more to the difficulties and give us a school inflation rate. And yeah, then where do you cut? The only thing you really can cut, in my opinion, is you can make class sizes go up. Cut in employment, because that's our biggest thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perringer. Is that everyone?
That's it.
All right, thank you so much. Item L, our very patient student representative, Ms. Cianella.
Okay, hold on, give me a sec.
We faked her out now. We waited so long. The computer went to sleep.
Okay, hi everybody. I don't have a lot to report today, but I want to give a special shout out to the theater department at the high school for their performance of Into the Woods.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it with my mom on Friday and it was really, really good. So great job and congratulations to the cast and crew. It was like so amazing. Mr. Rogers was there too. We were twinning on that night, but you can also our spring sports are underway. Scrimmages started this week. Boys volleyball actually had one. I went and stopped by before I had EMT class. They were doing very good. You can also wish the softball team good luck and safe travels on their journey to Florida for their tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, they think they landed last time I checked the Instagram, but yeah, so good luck to them. And then obviously winter sports have ended. On behalf of boys basketball and girls wrestling, they did so good in their state game and matches. So congratulations to all of those athletes. There are a couple fundraising activities going on this month. If you're looking for an excuse to get some pizza, Goodfellas, we're having a senior class fundraiser at Goodfellas on March 27th. I think that's a Thursday.
Yes.
I'll have to check.
Yes, it is.
And then the sophomore class is hosting a fundraiser at Ply Bowls. So I will be there if you're looking to see me on April 17th. So it's a good excuse to get some food and support the high school students. And then thank gosh, it's getting warmer outside. And it's crazy to think there's only 57 more days of school. It's
Woohoo.
crazy. So that's all I have to say, but I hope that everybody, what?
Who's counting?
No one's counting.
I mean, not me, but it's fine. That's all I have for today, but I hope everybody has a good rest of the month and can enjoy the very nice spring weather and activities to come.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Very
Now
good.
you can skedaddle. She has EMC right tonight. Okay, item M, superintendent's report, Mr. Rogers.
Good colleague always said, don't count the days, make the days count.
Ooh, I like that.
They're
Very
gonna
sad.
count. I'll
Yeah, I
take
know.
that
Yeah.
one.
Good luck at your class tonight too. I have a lot to report as well on my superintendent's report. Just today, the Wind Ensemble competed against 11 high school concert bands at the New Jersey Region Band Festival. They received the top rating of gold and best woodwind section. And I got a nice picture from Mr. Taylor as well. The Vernon Township High School academic decathlon team competed on March 1st in the state competition. The team took fourth place in the super quiz relay, their best finish in years. Congratulations to individuals who won medals: Alejandro Roman, bronze music; Austin Douglas, gold in science and bronze interview; and Quinn Montone, MVP. A great accomplishment this year for our community, the preschool and kindergarten registration opened up on May 3rd, and we had a pre-K open house yesterday. It was very exciting to see some of my old students with their children attending the pre-K open house yesterday. Cedar Mountain students, as well as Lounsbury Hollow students, held a family literacy night sponsored by the VTA. Thank you, VTA, for sponsoring. Rolling Hills had their family math night on March 13th, and Lounsbury Hollow STEM night took place on March 12th, supported by the VTA as well. The VTSD Executive SEA and VTHS Theater Department welcomed back senior citizens to the VTHS musical production of Into the Woods. That was a showing that we didn't go to, but
Yes.
it was a very exciting event as well. And I would recommend anyone in the future when there's an event being held at the high school to attend. It was a phenomenal production. The VTHS marching band again participated in the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Thank you again, Mr. Taylor, for that wonderful picture. Congratulations to Mr. Foley on his recognition last week as the North One Sectional Award of Merit Athletic Director of the Year at the State Conference for Athletic Administrators. Senior Kelsey Callahan won the state championship in the Giant Slalom.
Oh,
Won the championship.
wow, that's amazing.
I talked about basketball and wrestling before. I was very excited about that. There were four senior Caitlin Hart, Rowan Waite, Lily Henderson, and Natalie Tucker were all in the state wrestling final competition in Atlantic City. Caitlin finished fourth in the state, and Rowan finished seventh. I didn't get Rowan last time. Freshman Samantha Janis competed in the 60-yard dash at the Eastern Regionals. Freshman. Congratulations, Samantha. I'd like to also express my full support for Mr. Raymond Slam, our school business administrator. During his first 2 years within the Vernon School District, Mr. Slam has demonstrated exceptional leadership and fiscal expertise. His work spearheading the application for the preschool expansion aid has been transformative, securing over $6.8 million for our preschool program over a 2-year time period and allowing parents to send their children to the preschool free of charge. In addition to these significant achievement, Mr. Slam has the ability to save the district over $700,000 by renegotiating health insurance and securing approximately a little over $1 million in interest revenue over 2 years through multiple rounds of negotiations with our bank. Highlights his deep commitment to our financial health. These efforts, alongside his contributions to improving transparency and community relations, have significantly strengthened the district's budget and resources. He always welcomes board members to come talk to him and ask him any questions at any time. Mr. Slam has consistently exceeded expectations by ensuring the efficient use of funds, effectively managing the budget, and implementing innovative strategies to improve the district's financial stability. His dedication and proactive approach continue to impact our schools and community positively. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Here, here.
We are also pleased to announce the District Art of the Month, and you have to be in these places. I have to say this every time, because if you're in either of these places, you have to look at our displays. The Glen Meadow students' artwork is being displayed at the board office, and the Vernon Township High School students' artwork is being displayed at the municipal building. We don't have any current old business to address. Letter C, the following certified staff members are recognized for receiving tenure in the month of April. Congratulations, Mr. Russell Fay. Letter D, harassment, intimidation, and bullying report from March 1st, 2025 to March 15th, 2025, attachment A. Number 2, recommendations. It is recommended that the board approve the following appointments, faculty, staff appointments, assignments, changes, etc., in a very lengthy table. It is also recommended that the board approve the following 6 period appointments. Letter C, it is recommended the board approve the professional development, travel, and conferences. Again, these are Title II grant-funded conferences, conventions, and trainings. Letter D, it is recommended that the board approve the strong evaluation model for both teachers and administrators. Letter E, it is recommended the board approve the random drug testing and school safety reports for February 2025. Letter F, it is recommended the board approve the harassment, intimidation, and bullying report for February 16th, 2025, and through February 28th, 2025, attachment B. Letter G, it is recommended that the board approve the 2025-26 school calendar, attachment C. Letter H, it is recommended that the board approve the 2025-26 paid holidays, attachment D. Letter I, it is recommended that the board approve the June 2025 public meeting date change from Thursday, June 19th, which is graduation right now, to Thursday, June 12th, 2025. Letter J, it is recommended that the board approve the following policies for a second reading and final approval. P5512, Policy Regulation 5516, Policy Regulation 5533, Policy 5701, Policy 5710, Policy Regulation 7441, Policy 8500, Policy 9163, Policy Regulation 9320. It is recommended the board approve the following policies for a first reading: Policy 0164 and Policy 0167. Thank you, Policy Committee, for all your work with those policies. There's also items on the recommendations that were addendums. There's further category. I'd like to note that line 47 should be $28 an hour, not to exceed $8,500. And the same with line 48. Line 48 should be $28 per hour, not to exceed $8,500.
You said 28? 48?
Excuse me?
On line 48, you said 28?
47 and 48 were both the same at $28 an hour.
$28, that's what I
Yeah, not to
understand.
exceed
So, yeah.
$8,500.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi. Can I get a motion to approve recommendations M2A through K?
I have a question, if that's okay.
We do motions first, then questions. So motion,
So moved.
John,
Second.
second, Charles. Questions or comments?
Yeah,
Stephanie?
sorry.
Okay.
Okay. I know this is repetitive, came up before.
why are we approving field trips, conferences after the fact? I mean, can we get them on the? I know that John, I know you asked John, but I don't remember the answer, so I figured, let me ask again. Is it just we're a little behind? Hang on.
We do try to do them ahead, but Russ, do you have a?
No, I'll have to address the ones that weren't done beforehand because we talk about that on a regular basis. And my comment I've always made
I
to
know
Charlie.
it's not huge.
No, my comments I've always made to Charlie is we're making improvement on it. And then the next board meeting, I'll see quite a few more. So I know exactly where to go to address, to talk to people about getting the training and conferences.
I mean, some of them are no fee ones too.
Of
Did you have a
course.
specific one that you were looking at?
No, I'm just gonna imagine that would be a time where they're
Yeah.
double booked, or everybody wants to know what's going on and
Yeah,
had it,
yeah.
as much
Right.
advance as possible. So I know these schedules are probably put together much further in advance than these are printed. So it's just something I
Yeah,
noticed.
some of,
That's- I know we've got bigger
all I
fish
can
to
do is
fry here, but-
apologize. And I do think, and like I said before, and this, I think I talked to others as well, that if I see something that's a needs-based and it is being funded through the grants,
Sure.
I will still talk to them about that, especially now after the approval of the minutes, and say, can you please address this in the future? Make sure you get. this
Okay, understood. Also, could you tell me what strong evaluation model is?
That's our normal
Evaluation.
evaluation model that we use for all of our teachers, and we used it, I believe, for the last, since I've been here, the last 10 years.
We vote on it every year.
Thank you. Okay.
It's just like
Wasn't aware.
renewed every year.
Well, I have a follow-up on that. You said it's what we've been using for the last 10 years. Is there an alternative?
There are multiple alternatives at different price points, I believe, with working with our skip committees and teachers as well. It's the one that they're most familiar with. If you'd like me to show you the different models and how they're used and price points, I could show you those as well.
But what do you think? Are you happy with this?
I'm happy with this model. It's the evaluation model is used to help have interaction with teachers, to talk about to celebrate areas that they're doing very well, and to also talk about areas of opportunity for them as well, which is much needed with administrators and teachers to as I think it's self-reflection and improvement is a big part of learning and growing as an educator as well.
Okay.
John?
I just want to make one quick comment before we vote on this on line number 4, that I have no relation to that person.
Oh,
Okay,
Okay.
so,
good to know.
okay.
I saw Charlie first before.
Russ, I just want to follow up on those comments about the evaluation.
Yes.
In your opinion, have you seen that this model is working? Do you see it? You see progress in the staff and
I think
out of this model?
It's a valid model to use to help evaluate teachers. And as much as you talk about a model, I think it's more, and this is a tough one for me, it's more important to have relationships and discussions with teachers on a regular basis instead of the 2 or 3 times that we evaluate them through this model.
Okay.
And it's been tough as we cut 50 positions 2 years ago, and that was across the board. Administrators, administrative assistants, custodial workers, teachers, other staff. We made cut. I think you guys, a lot of you were here. There were some pretty deep cuts made several years ago, and I value most importantly having those ongoing regular discussions with people on a weekly to daily basis.
Carl.
Just a clarification, and I'm pretty sure I understand this. These conferences, conventions, and trainings, some of them that happened already, and we're approving them after they already happened. When it says Title II grant funded, that means it is not coming out of any of our local taxes or anything. They're purely funded through federal grant funding.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Just to make sure, because I feel like I'm a little bit more comfortable with that, knowing it's not coming out of our tax levy or any. Forgive me, my words fell off a cliff because long day, but if you get it.
Okay, anyone else? I did want to just confirm about the policies in the board meeting. Yeah, because we had a change there, right?
Yes,
Is it reflected?
164. I do want to address that one.
Conduct of board meetings policy.
Yeah. So, did you have anything else?
Oh, well,
Right.
I think you know the concern, right? So do you want to just?
Yeah, Russ, and I did check this and I missed it myself. We wanted to limit the actionable items in a workshop. And it's not stated in our policy.
So what would you like to add to that? And we could still vote on it first reading.
I would,
Just it.
I'm not, my English is probably not the best in the room here, but I have workshops, will have actionable items limited to HIBs and budget. If everyone's in agreement with that.
We could switch it around and say.
You want it only to be
Actionable
those
items
items,
at
even if it's a
workshops.
pressing issue?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Actionable
we could add
items.
an emergency.
Okay.
Unless there's a
for that.
pressing issue, yeah.
Absent exigent circumstances.
Hi, good
There
word.
it is.
There you go. I like that. Okay, cool.
Okay, we'll add that.
All right, anything from anyone else before we vote on these?
Can I ask one more question? Ray, last week we were talking about the budget and the Title Ones, because we're just talking about the frontier spending. And you said, I might be wrong, but I thought you said that we pay for it out of our pocket, then we submit, we submit paperwork or whatever to get reimbursed for that money. But with the cuts that we're all looking at, or you're planning, because you said, I think you were planning 80% cut or 80% of the funding, right? So we might lose 20%. How does that work out? When do we spend too much money? And then, when do we find out that, hey, we don't get that 20% anymore and stop, we spent it though, right?
Not this year.
Not this year. So, so basically all federal grants are reimbursable. So you go into a system called BOE. Trying to remember exactly what the acronym stands for, but essentially it's the system that you utilize to apply for grants such as title grants or IDEA. And then you also would apply for reimbursement to there. So that's the answer to the first part of your question. So you get that reimbursement. And you can track that by looking at the board secretary's report and looking at what that cash amount is. If it's negative, it means that we're still waiting to get that money back from the federal government, right? So the second part of your question related to budget, for Title I, we budgeted 75%, Title II, 85%. And generally I do budget 85% every year because those numbers fluctuate. So it's just it's the more conservative way to go about it, right? Because if the numbers go down and you over budgeted, then you're short revenue right out of the gate. But we find out what our allocations are over the summer. So usually there's not a ton of PD necessarily happening over the summer because 10-month employees aren't in yet, right? So we would know before we came into that the issue you're kind of talking about, where we could potentially be worried about how much we're spending.
And we keep tabs on those as we go.
Yeah, and I wait until we have our allocation and our substantially approved budget in terms of our application anyway before I start using those funds.
Okay. Thank you. I believe last year we got to the limit at the very close to the end of the school and somewhere were no's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Okay, any additional, Stephanie?
Sorry, item J, student smoking, which is the policy. Does the student smoking include marijuana?
I believe it was for the devices, right? That's what those changes were. And they changed.
Page
so it
9.
was changed. I gotta look up the policy, but I think it was changed, so it was not specific to
cigarettes.
Cigarettes.
Okay, I was just wondering, there's a lot of things you could smoke.
Yeah.
True.
And I'm also wondering, I'm sorry, because you may not even know the answer to that, to this, but I remember hearing, depending on maybe what a student was caught with, the consequences would be different. If, off the top of your head, if a student is caught smoking, I assume nowadays we're talking about being caught with a vape. Is that what we're talking about here?
We've talked about that before. It was mainly the change in policy was to go to the electronic devices to be included. But we can go in depth and talk about it at the next policy meeting.
Fine.
No,
That's fine.
about that as well as what type of penalties and sending people out. And we had this discussion, I believe, was it last year?
We did have it. I think it was 2 years ago, but I do wonder if maybe we shouldn't be discussing that in more,
Something that you might want to update.
in more depth
take a
now,
look at.
because we now know there's this program of in school versus out of school that we might want to,
Yeah, I think that might have been one of the reasons we looked it over. Did we discuss that as well, Charles?
not
It was
back,
quite-
oh.
In
did
policy.
we? This,
I think
I'm
we-
not on
I
policy.
think we touched on it, but I don't think we put it in there because we were following most of the
Okay.
recommendations.
We can talk about it in
from-
policy again.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd love to see a kid attend an Aspire during the day instead of being home vaping.
I-
That's what they
Yeah,
got caught
I
with.
believe.
I so
there is a-
agree. I so
I
agree.
believe there's a restorative justice part of that, but I would
Yeah.
need to look at the policy.
Sure,
to talk
okay,
to the
thank
board.
you.
Yeah, if
Um,
maybe the policy committee could take a deeper dive on that.
But we're good with the policy,
You know what,
or we have to wait.
I'd like to look at it again now, maybe.
Yeah,
we
it
should
says
call
here
it.
that the device or related product consequences for a student possessing such an item will be in accordance with the student code of conduct.
Which
Yeah,
currently
right.
states that they're out of school
So
suspended
they
though.
go
no?
with the Student code of conduct.
Right, and then-
And whatever
We have to
the
look
student
at
code
this.
of conduct
Conduct
is.
is.
They're required to be.
Hmm.
Because we talked
I
about.
think it's
change
one,
it.
oh, maybe it's one day.
Depending on
Cigarettes,
type
cigars,
of-
pipes, cartridge, other component of the device related.
I mean,
Depending
in
on
my
what's in the
opinion, that
device,
should be a little
because what's in the device.
Yeah,
detail
sure.
as
could
to
cause
what
there to
that
be a
code,
harm to
what is
other
that code
students
of
in the building.
conduct?
I see.
Question.
Right.
That's like until they're tested clean or something like that, right? But
Jen,
sorry, Stephanie.
John and I were
Like
just
multiple
discussing
conversations.
I don't even know what page that was on,
Yeah, it's,
but it talks about that.
policies in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
5533 in the policy.
55.
I mean, if we have to revisit this, should we make it a
Well-
second reading or should we just table that one?
Maybe we
I-
could table at least.
Table for a
just a-
second.
I
Well-
think maybe we should table it, right?
It's
'Cause I'd like
actually,
to look at it again.
because in there it's code of conduct, right? Is the
Right.
Penalties, so I mean.
Which,
that
and
would-
what's the code of conduct?
Well, that's determined by the schools then, right? Because each school has its own code of
Yeah, I
conduct.
think we pulled that up. I
That's-
think it was a while ago we had. that.
Yeah, we did. You had that big
Right.
ad hoc, right?
We had an ad hoc for it.
I wasn't on that.
So.
I don't know, maybe maybe table it and just something you could
the-
look into.
The policy would be district-wide, right? And then we would have to, I think it gives it more flexibility with the administrative staff to make make the appropriate changes if they need to. So if, let's say if they had a problem, right? If you had a problem with a lot of kids smoking in high school, for instance, right?
Which
They
we
might
did.
want, the principal might say, you know what, we need to change the code of conduct. And we need to put something in effect sooner, right? Because you could change the code of conduct a lot sooner than a
Right.
policy would have
Oh,
to take
I see.
several meetings
Yeah.
to vote
Right.
upon.
Which I understand,
Yeah.
it is in there, okay.
And I think we
marijuana.
had that, we think we had an ad hoc, was it 3 years ago?
I know.
I think we had an ad hoc where we
Justin was
talked
still
about the
here, so
penalties and
3
we
years,
did,
yeah.
depending on what the code of conduct was, we had reduced different penalties and had made it more of a restorative justice type of penalty, but I will pull up the code of conduct and share that with you and show you the piece.
I believe it still has though
Yeah.
out of school
Just
suspension,
whatever the
so.
code of conduct.
Yeah.
I believe it might.
But maybe it's
beyond-
also with the I don't know.
I would like, I'd
Sorry.
rather like to have a pretty good idea on what that code of conduct is, and it seems like such a broad
Yeah.
area, depending on who the student is, where the student goes. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just something I think maybe we could be a little more specific,
Well, we can certainly ask for
or
a
at least
more,
with the code of conduct.
we could
Right.
ask for more details on
Yeah,
it,
so
so we
that
just
was
clarify
quite
it.
extensive, but
Everything stays-
I will share it out again.
They're all digital copies,
you.
right? We can send out links to the.
Yeah, it's right, yeah, I could just.
You're being very patient.
After
Send
the-
it out.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
that's
it's
why I put
doing.
it on this one. I just scrolled through.
I would, somebody suggested tabling it. I would say not to table this policy for now,
Yeah.
because it does change the wording for the electronic cigarettes. And
Yeah, I think
the
you're right.
substance that are in there. So there is good to it.
We can
Okay. But we
can
revisit
approve it,
policy at
yeah,
any
so
time,
handbook's
so we should
different there.
adopt it and then
Maybe we
revisit
can
it.
just come back with the code of conduct for the schools from the
True.
policy and.
Yeah.
to-
Because the policy just says to follow the code of conduct.
Yeah.
Right,
really,
and
yeah.
that's my bigger question.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
Once knowing what's in there,
Yeah.
we all know
Yeah.
what kids are smoking, unfortunately.
Right, and like I said, it was 3 years ago, but we had an extensive where we brought the principals, assistant principals in, and we talked to we had a policy committee to talk to the board, and I think we did change some of our, it's not for just this, but.
Yeah,
conduct
we
and
do
conduct.
have a lot of
So
new
I'll-
board
I'll share that
members,
with you.
though, so
Yeah,
if they
there's-
could just be informed.
And
of
there's,
the-
and a lot has changed over 3 years. I mean, maybe there's something we can get into more detail about. You never know.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm just happy that it was there for so long. I'm happy that we actually addressed it in that time. We could always address and pull things up, anything that we voted on last couple of
Okay.
year. But I'm just trying to show you that we've made the effort to have that.
Just
open
want to get to
conversation.
Carl, who's been waiting very patiently.
Sorry, Carl.
Well, I was going to say what Charles ended up saying, that I don't think tabling it is a good idea because of exactly what he said. That if our policy states that it goes to the code of conduct, then if you want to change from out of school suspension to being something more local and not involving loss of instructional time or going home and vaping for 5 days, I think it's better to address the code of conduct, and then it also leaves some more room for the principals, but we already said that.
Right.
I wanted to ask, and I know because it's PD, sometimes it's hard to know exactly what it's for, but conference, convention, training, hot issues and discrimination law. I'm just wondering what was that for?
He would have been here tonight, but he had some family emergency to attend to.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure when he saw this, it came out later, and it was something that based on what he saw, he needed to address it right away and go and attend it. So he's the one that would speak to it, and I would wait for him.
Yeah, if you could just email me. I'm very curious about that.
Okay.
Okay.
He was as well, which is why I think he entered it. And that's one of the dates that have passed already. So I'm sure that it was something he saw right away and he goes, I need attendance. It's an online course.
Just a question for Ray again, and forgive me if this is a bit redundant. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. When you say you budget for 85% of Title II grant funding, you're saying you put in our budget that we can expect 85% of what we're told we would be getting, just in case we don't. So it's not like we're saying we're getting paid. It's not like we're saying this is 85% funded by Title II grant funding.
No, so in terms of construction of the budget, so any of Title I or IDEA, they would be under Fund 20. So it's not the operating budget. And essentially what I'm saying is when I look at the next year, because you're projecting out, in the springtime, right? March and April, what we think we're going to have next year. We're not actually getting our allocations probably till July or August, I'd say.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of variables between now and then. I say that essentially I'm expecting us to get about 85% of what we received this year. Yeah. So for example, last year we had we received less Title II, I believe, off the top of my head. So there are fluctuations from year to year. And we received Title I, II, and IV.
Yeah, because
and then IDEA.
We don't know what we're going to get, but we're going to expect to get at least 85% of what we got the year before. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly.
Okay.
The
Anyone
current
else?
year, which is next year will be the year before.
Yes.
Any other questions, comments?
I'm good.
Okay. Can we move to a roll call, please?
Mr. Fisher?
Okay, I am going to vote no on item C, just on the basis that I can't approve things that already happened. I'm going to abstain from item D. And I am also voting no on item F. I cannot affirm the HIB actions. Everything else I vote yes.
Mr. Kraus?
Yes.
Ms. Pellet?
Yes.
Ms. Vecchiarella?
With the exception of item 2F, I vote no, and the rest, yes.
Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes. No.
Why?
Ms. Brock?
That's a no on
Saying
recommendation
no
two
on
G,
yes and-
yes on everything else.
Excuse me, Jennifer.
Oh.
Did I say what I meant to say in the proper order? I voted no on item
You voted
F.
no on item 2F and yes on everything
Thank
else.
you. Okay, just wanted to double
That's what I
check.
got, right? Is that what you
That's
got?
what I got. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
And then Ms. Brock was yes, for the exception of 2G.
G.
Thank you. Mr. Smagly?
Yes.
Mr. Contino?
Yes, except on item F. And can I pull out a particular item in item F? Vote yes on everything but one item. or do I just have to vote?
You can do that. We
I'm
have
gonna
that,
vote
right?
yes on everything except in item F, number LH 2242506.
Okay.
Oh, and a no on G, sorry.
No one. G. All right, I'm gonna need a second to go through the notes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I know it's very specific.
It's okay.
Kind of confused too.
Double check.
I get the numbers right,
Motion carries.
Wait,
For
we didn't
the
finish-
entire motion.
Did we finish voting? Okay. I thought we skipped somebody, but,
Mr. Sweetie.
okay. Oh, right. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mark Mr. Fisher because I was busy writing all his different things. Okay. Okay, great. So item N, Business Administrator's Report, Mr. Slam.
Just a short budget update tonight, under discussion informational items, update essentially that the budget along, with the budget package was submitted to the county yesterday. And that, we are currently awaiting review of that budget by the county. Once I should probably tell this in the letter. Sorry,
Yeah, that would
everybody.
be good.
Sorry, I realized I wasn't talking to my friend. I'll start over. Item 1A, budget update. The update is that essentially it was submitted to the county yesterday for review. We're currently awaiting, any potential feedback. Once we either get that feedback or approval, then we'll be moving forward with advertising, putting the advertised budget in the Herald. And then just a quick reminder to everyone that May 1st is our public hearing for the final budget presentation. So letter B, use of buildings and grounds as noted below. Letter C, field trips as noted below. And then we're at item 2, which is recommendations. So we have letter A, it's recommended the board approve the following financial reports as noted below. And you'll see that listed right there on the agenda. That's attachment F1, F1A, F2, F3, and F4. Letter B, approval of the board secretaries and treasurers reports. As noted below, it's attachment F5 and F6. Letter C is recommended the board approve transportation as listed below. Also, bid 2024-25-06 as noted in that below chart. That's for Walnut Ridge School. Letter D is recommended the board approve the following items to be sold or disposed of, noted in that chart on the agenda. Letter E, it is recommended that the board approve the provision agreement between the County of Sussex located at 1 Spring Street, Newton, New Jersey, 07860, and Vernon Township School District located at 625 Route 517, Vernon, New Jersey, 07462. Whereas the county wishes to provide certain items to recipient and recipient wishes to receive such items under the terms set forth below. That is for the donation of vape sensors to the district from the county at no cost, which is great.
Love that.
Sorry.
Which
sensors?
Vape
Vape sensors, yeah.
Vape sensors.
Yeah.
Have some already. This will be additional and
Yep.
it also gives us a certain number of years for the product as well.
It's no cost.
Yeah, no
before-
cost, yeah.
Before we have been paying on our own.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yep. So it was a really great program. And
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the county,
Yep.
Sussex County.
Letter F is recommended that the board approve the contract with the Aspire Adolescent Counseling Center to provide services for student number 20942 at a rate of $675 a week. Letter G is recommended the board approve transportation to include the joint resolutions for participation with the Sussex County Regional Cooperative for the 25-26 school year to include the following route. That's special education routes, public routes, non-public routes, and field trips / athletic trips. Letter H is recommended that the board approve the application to apply for the funds for the Anita M. Lowry 21st CCLC continuation grant year 5 in the amount of $400,000. Letter I, it is recommended that the board accept the donation to the Vernon Township School District from the Women's Club in an amount of $210 per school with a grand total of $1,260 for student items. And I just want to thank the Women's Club for that generous donation. Letter J, it is recommended that the board approve the professional services proposal from USA Architects with a fixed fee of $5,000 for the Vernon Township High School Elevator Upgrade Project, number 2025-18, it's attachment F7. Letter K is recommended that the board approve the professional service proposal for USA Architects and a fixed fee of $5,000 for the Lounsbury Hollow School Elevator Upgrade Project, number 2025-019, it's attachment F8. Letter L is recommended the board approve the professional services proposal from USA Architects for the hot water heater replacement and upgrades at the Vernon Township High School, project number 2025-020, not to exceed $16,400, attachment F9. Letter M is recommended the board approve the professional service proposal from USA Architects for the well pump / filtration work upgrades at Walnut Ridge Preschool, project number 2025-021, not to exceed $14,800, attachment F10. Letter N is recommended the board approve the submission of 2025-2026 preschool education aid budget application. Letter O is recommended the board approve the disposition of the following as they are either obsolete or in disrepair, noted in the chart below. And then on the addendum, there's letter P. It is recommended that the board approve Hype Nation LLC as the contract with Hype Nation LLC as a DJ for the senior prom on May 29, 2025. That is attachment F11.
Okay, thank you. So I'm sorry, that's attachment what? What's the number?
Sorry. F11.
F11. All right, can I get a motion to approve recommendations to F11?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Questions or comments?
I have.
Okay, lots.
Go ahead, Carl.
Carl,
Okay, so first, it's recommended the board approve the following items to be sold or disposed of. And I'm noticing a lot of pretty big things, like a tractor, carpet cleaner, snow blowers, 2 slicers. I worked in a deli. I know those.
yeah,
Are they all broken or are some of them just being
I think
sold?
they're being sold, right?
Yeah, so we want to sell these. These are things that have been sitting for a number of years that are no longer in use. So rather than having them take up space, we'd like to put them on Gov Deals, Fed Gov Deals, I believe is the name, which is the way that we're allowed to essentially have people auction on these items, right? So instead of taking up space, it'd be nice if we could sell some of these and get some additional revenue since they're not being utilized.
Do we know, well, I guess it's kind of irrelevant, but do we know if they all work still, or it's just very, it's interesting. It's a lot of big stuff. I've never seen this.
So I know with the snow blowers, they haven't been used in a number of years. So I'm not sure the individual status of each one. I could get additional information on that and follow up.
I mean,
But
people buy them for parts either way though, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
they'll
And
probably
when
go-
we sell these, we list them, as is. So, and
People know what they're buying.
Yeah.
Usually in a case like that.
I kind of want to know what a robot coop is though, but
That is, I was wondering that
Yeah.
too. It's like, what's a robot coop?
I didn't notice that when I reviewed
yeah,
this.
honestly, I should have asked about that one because
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
I do have another question. It's recommended the board approve the disposition of the following items as they're obsolete or in disrepair. 618 weeded library books from Rolling Hills. So weeded, does that mean they went through and just pulled out any books that were damaged or obsolete?
Damaged and have not been checked out in circulation in 20 years.
And does that mean, I'm curious, because I remember being in this very library about 10, 15 years ago when I was in 5th or 6th grade, and something like this happened and they were getting rid of a bunch of books. And I took home a bunch of books on nuclear power plants because that was my fixation in the 6th grade. And they're from the 1970s. So they had like old pictures of nuclear power plants being built. And are they going to be given to the kids like that again? Or do we just get rid of them?
What happened?
Because I remember they had them like in a bin up front and the librarian let me take a bunch of them home when I was alive. I still have a lot of them.
Well, that's a nice idea if we can give them a.
Yeah, maybe we'll
They're
look
not
into that and get back to
common,
you.
As opposed to
Um,
just landfill.
Sometimes they're in such disrepair or so outdated of, I could talk about the type of outdated books that
Yeah.
we might be getting rid of as well.
And then last thing, I just wanted to shout out the women's club. 'Cause that's
Yeah, no, that's great.
Thank you.
That's great.
And they came to the board office to make sure they donated it the right way. That's much appreciated.
That's so cool.
Yes.
John, you have something?
Thank you, Carl, for asking all my questions.
Yeah, right?
I'm just curious about what's the difference between the use of buildings and grounds as a class 2 and class 1?
Ooh, I didn't even notice
That's a
that.
good question there, Ray.
That's two.
Going back up. So class 1 would be us, right? So,
Outside.
yeah,
Yes.
and then
That's-
class 2 would be outside.
It's like an external person.
Oh, another group coming
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
their stuff as a
Yeah.
class 2,
Yeah.
and we're using it as a class 1. Got it.
There's
Thank you.
class
Yeah.
3 on.
And I don't know what a
Class
class three
three?
is, right?
Oh, I didn't see that one.
The
188.
Jessica.
All right, what's a class 3?
Typo.
No. Maybe it's the state.
I believe there is a class 3. So we're charging them a fee. So there are some class 2s, for example, that they wouldn't
Oh.
necessarily get a fee charge, like if it was rec or maybe a group from the town, right? Someone from the community.
Okay.
And then if it's really like an outside organization, then there's usually fees charged.
Okay.
For the reimbursement of like custodians, or if there's RPOs or use of the facilities fee as well.
That's going to be quite the New Jersey State chess tournament up at the high school.
Yeah.
Really?
If they need a custodian, man, they must be making a mess.
They're anticipating quite a few.
They're wild. They're
Players.
chess
They go
players.
over 100 chess players. It's going to be quite the.
Wow, I'm gonna go to that. I'm gonna go to that. Stephanie, what do you?
Can you tell me what item H is, what this
Oh,
grant
that's
is
my
about?
question too. I mean, not what it is, but also,
Well, I-
what it
I-
is. And I was wondering if
Well,
we'll put a part 2 on there. Is that going to be, are we ever gonna move that to LH?
Well, that's
Well,
been worked on for.
First, tell her what it is though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry, 'cause I
That's
didn't-
the after-school program at Glen Meadow.
Oh,
that's
thank
fully
you.
funded
It's grant
for a
funded.
I didn't
So
realize.
we applied for a grant 5 years ago, and we were so excited to get it. Back then, I think it was closer to $300,000, $400,000 for all types of clubs and activities for kids to stay at Glen Meadow after school.
That's a really nice program.
So they call it the 21st Century CCLC program. And after next year, there's an opportunity to apply to try to expand that to Lounsbury Hollow as well.
Which should be
And
so
that
great.
happened at a good time when we were making a lot of those cuts we talked about before to
Mhm.
help fund a lot of activities for the kids to stay after and clubs at Glen Meadow. I think we've talked about it so much that we haven't gotten back to celebrating that as much as something like preschool, but that is clubs, activities, after school care for students from when school gets out. I believe it's till 7 o'clock at night.
The
Wow.
parents pick them up though.
Right.
There's no bus home, but it's still great. It's a great program. The kids love it. The parents are we had a presentation on it and it's really,
So
very
there's only,
good.
you couldn't use any of that money for a bus home.
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I knew the answer before I asked, but I figured I'd ask.
Right. But what it does allow is, like I said, we'll talk about that in finance again about some creative solutions. But parents who are the main concern was they're getting off late from work.
Hmm.
7 o'clock, most parents, not all, but most parents have the opportunity to pick their kids up
Right.
at that time or get a
Okay.
ride.
Okay. Anybody else? Right?
Yeah, on the use of buildings and grounds, is this just what's been added since the last meeting, or is this like cumulative? The reason I ask is because I don't see the Vernon Little League on here, and I know we use school fields.
Just from the last meeting.
Okay, so it's just additions. All right,
And I
thank
think they've
you.
already started their season because I've seen a lot of pictures on Instagram as well.
Yeah, down at Maple Grove mostly though.
Grange.
And on items J, K, and L, I see it's all the same architect. Do we have a contract with them? Was that a bid process or?
We have them, don't we?
We did have.
Yeah.
Had a bid process. We had a.
Yeah, so that's USA Architects. They're our architect of record, and there was an RFP process.
Okay, thank you.
I think it was last year.
I believe
Yeah.
several board members are part of that.
Yes, we were part of that. Several of us on the finance committee, I think.
Early summer, right?
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
too long ago. I don't remember exactly when it was.
We have a couple projects that we're still finishing up with the old one as well.
Yeah, just because they had started those projects already, and it would cost more to move that
Right.
project than to just continue with the prior architect.
Stephanie?
Oh, I think I just answered my own question. I was going to ask if we were replacing any of the weeded library books, but I'm sure we are somewhere else.
No, are we?
No? Well, they're probably coming in all the time. And
I would have to reach out to get an exact answer for you, but.
yeah, I don't think you're just
I'm
buying them.
fairly
all.
confident that, there's.
Making room for everything
If
that's
there's not
been
a budget
coming.
this year, there's a budget next year to
Gotcha.
replace some of those
Okay.
books.
Okay.
Okay. Is that everything? Anyone have any more questions or comments? Okay, roll call.
Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Pellet,
Yes.
Ms. Vaccarello,
Ms. Vaccarello. Yes.
Mr. Zimmerman,
Yes.
Ms. Brock,
Yes, that's me, and yes, I vote yes.
Like
Like a question mark in your voice.
Oh,
I stuttered a little bit. I should have brought some water. Mr. Smaglio,
Yes.
Mr. Cantina,
Yes.
Mr. Fisher,
Yes.
motion carries.
okay. Item O, public comment. The prior public statement applies to all public comments. I don't think we need to read it again. Anybody? The public?
Scott Castle from Glenwood again. I know you guys are happy that I'm back
If there's a
attending
sign-in
meetings.
sheet, can you sign it? I forgot to ask you
Yes.
before.
Um,
Sorry, minutes.
I'll be quicker this time, but in the last meeting, I noticed there was some statement about revising the Innovamat contract. And I wasn't sure what that was exactly about. So just two questions on that. First was, is there a place that I could see what the revisions were and why they were needed, that kind of thing? I think I heard moving from lump sum to annual payments or whatever. I'm just curious, what was the reason for it? Is there a benefit, and what was the impetus for the change anyway? The second thing is, are we going to have a presentation on that to see where our progress is and, if it's working, if we should keep it, all of that kind of stuff? Because I'm assuming we set some, strict and frequent milestones along the way to just kind of gauge progress. And the reason I bring this up is, I'm on the outside looking in. My kids have grown up, but I'm in a pretty big neighborhood, and there's a lot of discussion about it with parents that, I have a huge bus stop right by our house, so we pretty much get the scoop on everything. And it's not always good comments on it. So I'm just curious, because my concern is that more so than it was a pretty high cost for that program, is that the kids that we're putting in it, if it doesn't work and we don't catch it quick enough, are they falling so far behind that now they can't even catch up if we had to switch back again? And I may be drastic, maybe what they're telling me is, it's not true. Maybe it's working great, but it's really not what I've heard. So, I'm big on ROI, like return on investment type of things. But in the case of like education, I would prefer to lose money, if we had to spend it to break a contract or whatever to get out of it, to get the kids back to where they should be, rather than, continuing on something just because we made a big financial commitment to it. So it'd just be nice to see a meeting just to see where we're at on that, because I haven't heard much about it. So, and if I missed it, in a previous meeting, feel free to tell me to be quiet. So thanks, that was it.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in public, do we have comments? And
We have Barb Monshauer.
excellent. It's Munchauer.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just wanted to clarify for those of you that had a question on item D, the item being disposed of, the last one, a robo-coup. It
Oh.
is a professional food processor used mainly in restaurants or large-scale food preparation.
Thank you. That's so.
Yes, well, I have firsthand knowledge, used to run a restaurant. Also, to the member of the public who was questioning Innovamat, all of the grade levels do have benchmarks that are put in place, and there are also other programs that are being used to monitor student growth, student progress, including iReady and other measures. And these are directly seen by our response to intervention coaches and interventionists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Carolyn Incarnato.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Incarnato?
Hey there, good evening. I had not planned to speak tonight, but when I heard Mr. Rogers' really very strong compliments for Mr. Slam, I felt I had to call in. I don't know what prompted those compliments, if Mr. Slam's feelings have been hurt or he's been feeling kind of down, but I thought I should speak to some of the things that may have made him feel a little down. A little history on a Novomat that we've discovered along the way. Back in 2023, our former BA, Patricia Radcliffe-Lee, signed a 5-year agreement with 5 equal payments for a Novomat. There was nothing wrong with that. I mean, it was a very controversial program, and from what everybody's hearing, it's not performing, but we don't need to talk about that now. In any event, that contract was for K through 4 for year 1. Year 2, when that contract was signed, a Novomat was supposed to deliver a 5th grade curriculum. Apparently, they couldn't do that because in April of 2024, Mr. Slam signed a revised agreement which provided for K through 4 and an app for 5th grade. That is okay, I guess, except that that same agreement had an enormous prepayment due this upcoming summer. For those that don't know, prepayment with public taxpayer funds is not okay. You don't pay for anything you don't have. You don't even pay for pencils you don't have. A Novomat could have gone out of business and the district could have been out $312,000. When that was brought to his attention, I guess he was upset. Maybe that's why we're complimenting him tonight. And it was brought to his attention, and at last week's meeting, we did a second revision, which is then the 3rd contract, where he agreed to a higher rate, and he's dropping 4th and 5th grade. So there's no 4th and 5th grade math curriculum. And instead of the next 3 years paying $50 a student, next year will be $60. The year after will be $70. And the year after that will be $80 per student. So what in effect happened was this contract with a very large prepayment, which is not okay. I guess in order to get out of it, we had to agree to higher payments. So not only are we going to pay a lot more, but we also have to find a 4th and 5th grade math curriculum that's also going to cost us. So I realize we're congratulating him for doing a great job. I'm not sure everybody shares that. If anyone would like to see all the contracts, they're certainly available. Many of us have them. And I just thought we should provide some clarity to the great job he's doing. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Incarnato. We're not going to make responses during public comment. I know people may want to respond to that, but we're going to wait until after public comment. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to?
We have Jesse Palladini.
Mrs. Palladini.
Yes, hello again. First thing I want to say is that I was cut off for discussing something that was not on the agenda when I did not intend to discuss it. However, people discuss the budget, and the budget's not on the agenda.
It is actually on the agenda, Mrs. Palladini.
Where? Can you tell me where?
Yeah, it's under the Business Administrator's report. It says budget update.
Budget update? Okay, I'll take a look at that. Okay, so Carolyn Incarnato did say most of what I wanted to say, so I won't be repetitious, but at your last meeting last Thursday, I wanted to discuss an Novomat because an Novomat was on the agenda, but quite frankly, I was so appalled by Mr. Slam's rude treatment to a board member that I just really, I was disgusted and didn't want to discuss it any further. I think it's highly inappropriate that he spoke to a board member like that. But getting back to Inova, Matt, you had the contract in front of you. The Board of Ed had the contract in front of you. Not one. And by the way, to the member of the public who questioned where he could see those contracts, we posted them all on Inside Vernon. So the old contracts, the ones that and the ones that came after that are all on Inside Vernon, so you could see that. So what disturbs me, and what I was going to ask last week was, did the board members in fact know that grades 4 and 5 had been cut? And did the Board of Ed members know that the costs had gone up significantly? Did you even know these things before you voted to approve the contract, which initially was accepted sight unseen? Why was there not a single question? Why did the business administrator or the superintendent not mention those very details to not only just the Board of Education, but to the public? And I realize you're not going to answer anything that any of us say, but if you did know about it and you were contacted about it, then I'm really surprised that not one of you commented on it. And if you did know about it, I would like to Oprah those very documents in which either Mr. Slam or Mr. Rogers did notify you about it. The bottom line is going to be the test scores. The proof is in the pudding. So we need to see those test scores, and we need to know the effect that Inovamat has had on our children. From time to time, we have various people saying, oh, it's working great, it's wonderful, it's fabulous. That's not what the teachers say, okay? And I will trust the teachers 100% of the time. I will rely on the teachers 100% of the time. So my question is this, and I would like an answer at some point in some fashion. Why did not one of you even ask a single question? And how is it that you did not know that grades were cut? Why were grades cut if the program is so fabulous? And why did the cost go up? I'd like to know an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Palladini.
We have Kate Panfili.
Mrs. Panfili.
Hi, everyone. Kate Panfili, Sussex, part of Vernon. I reviewed my notes after the abrupt ending to our meeting earlier, so I realized I just had a few questions or comments. Number one, regarding there's been a lot of talk about the IDEA funds and budgeting, and I had emailed back on March 11th. I'm still looking for an answer to the amount of money that has been provided by IDEA Part B, as well as the number or percentage of staff members who have taken part, or that we have the money we've used to professionally develop or offer professional development in neurodiversity approaches, best practices in inclusive instruction of autistic students, really for the last 5 or so years. So that's number one. Number two, regarding actually Inovamat, I emailed about this too, but I haven't received the answers to my questions that were from January 2nd of this year. Really, I guess I'm looking for the percentage of kids in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade who are testing below grade level, given their iReady scores. And there should be, a couple iReady diagnostic tests that have occurred. And to follow up on that, are iReady diagnostic reports being sent home automatically to parents, or do they need to request them to know where their kids are? That, and then my final one, and this is, so in terms of budgeting and looking at, like, I know there's a million things that we could spend money on, but I would urge the board and anyone who's looking at budgeting to look into updating the phone systems in the classroom across the district. And I bring this up because as it is right now, I think in most of the buildings, the phone systems are essentially like a one way where there's no confidentiality and there's no privacy. So you're not picking up an actual phone. A lot of the announcements are coming in through like the loudspeaker. And in a lot of instances, such as kids getting called for related services, or special education children getting called for related services, any discipline guidance. And a huge one is the kids who are receiving food, possibly for like the weekend, who are getting called out of class and then like in a group in a very identifying way. And then and because it's like for everything, like I get that would maybe make it less identifying, but essentially it just creates a scenario where like every time a kid is called, everyone's like, ooh, you know, like, what are you getting called for? And it becomes something where now everyone wants to know. And we know that kids, you know, even very young, are very good at figuring out, like, you know, and being investigators about why kids are getting called down. So especially with, like, say, the kids coming back with food and for the weekend and that kind of stuff, that's just something that, as private and confidential as we can keep that, the better that will be, especially for our special education students or the kids, you know, who may be getting called down to the principal's office. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pamphili. Anybody else?
Martin Perringer?
Mr. Perringer.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. We always hear about all the accomplishments and competitions and who won what or finished where. I just wanted to ask because I couldn't find it anywhere. Maybe I missed it. We had we participated after 2 years of hiatus in a robotics competition again, Vex Robotics at Milburn. When we used to have Team 1989, we used to make a presentation to the Board of Ed to show what we do, the thing was. And I just feel if we don't even mention it, we become one side heavy on band, which is great. Music, basically, which is great. I'm all for it. Sports, which is great for it. I used to play sports in better years, and so did my daughter. But education is important too. Robotics is what the world is going to run off, and I wish we would be doing more, starting off in the lower grades. We used to have a grade program at the high school. We used to have a Lego programs at the lower grades. Now we just have VEX, and that kind of is not even front and center. Nothing like a technology program should be, at least in my opinion. So my question is, well, not how did we do, I know how we did, because I looked it up and I watched it on the web. My question is, are we going to give those robotics people a chance to show off what they're doing? Are we going to invite them to the BOE? Are we going to have them present and maybe get some more robotics action going in the district, build some enthusiasm? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perringer. Anyone else? Okay, item O, public comment. I'm going to kick this off just by saying that regarding the Innovamat discussion, amending the district's contractual agreement with Innovamat has been a matter under discussion for some time now. The board's curriculum committee was kept in the loop throughout the process, from all the way back from when we piloted it and adopted the curriculum to adjusting the payment structure and the decision to bring in a different curriculum for 4th and 5th grades. This past Thursday, the board voted on an amendment to the contract that's viewed as satisfactory by our attorney, the administration, and the board. It was not prudent to discuss that negotiation in detail publicly until the matter had been resolved. However, board members were briefed along the way on the issues, and as much information as was prudent to share was provided to the public during curriculum committee reports, including at last week's meeting when I reported on the process for evaluating curriculum and plans going forward with the ELA curriculum and the math curriculum, and that included the 4th and 5th grade math programs. I know Mr. Itzlam is very eager to respond to the financial situation.
Yeah, just want to comment on a couple of items. So my understanding from the number of emails I received and the comment tonight is that you're looking at the incorrect contract. So if you go back to the email that you had shared and you look at page 6 of that email, which is actually page 2 of the original contract, which was signed by my predecessor, you'll see invoicing payments there, invoicing scheme, right? Schema. So it says July 1st, 2023, $64,000. July 1st, 2024, $80,000. July 1st, 2025, $312,000. So I'm currently looking at a contract, which you have, which I've received a number of emails, which were not so polite as your public comment tonight, which shows that that term existed before my tenure in the district started. So that's the first thing I'd like to comment, because it's clearly in the document. That's not something I changed. That existed before I was here. I actually noticed it before your initial email, and I was working to correct an issue that I found. So that's the first thing. So the second thing is that if you look at that original contract and then you compare it to last week's revision, you'll notice that the price per pupil is the exact same for those years in that original contract versus that revised contract. So there was no drastic increase in price. The per pupil price is the same in the original contract and the revised contract, which you have those documents, and I'm glad that you shared them. So then everyone in the public can also look to see that original contract and compare it to the latest revision, which is on our agenda attachment for our last meeting. So I just would like to share those items. Additionally, the PD costs remain the same from the original contract to this contract. I take my job very seriously. I care about this district. I put my heart into this, and I try to do my best for the district, for the staff, for the students, in terms of fiscal responsibility, in terms of additional revenues, and in terms of additional programs that can benefit our kids. So thank you.
We have many we have many committee meetings, curriculum committees we talk about in detail. We've talked about many curriculums, the revision cycle, and NovaMet we've talked about in detail. But also as you're revising and choosing different programs, you have to enter a contract. So when you're in terms of negotiating the contract, sometimes those details should not be discussed in detail until a contract is they give us a quote, and we talk about a curriculum committee and we accept it. The Vernon Township School District is dedicated to offering students a rigorous academic curriculum with programs carefully vetted through research, administrators' input, and teacher feedback. For grades K through 3 mathematics, we have implemented NovaMat, and our 3rd grade math scores last year were 10% higher than the state average, the highest difference in any of the district's math scores. This year, we plan to review the ELA curriculum and programs for grades K to 5 and the mathematics curriculum and program for grades 5 through 8. After further consideration, we extended the math curriculum review to include grades 4 through 8. We've conducted extensive research into successful programs used by high-performing schools and are currently piloting several of these programs. We've shared that at our committee meeting as well. I am thrilled by the efforts of our teachers, interventionists, and coaches as they work collaboratively to make data-driven, research-based decisions following their training and pilot experiences. In the coming months, we aim to finalize our selection, negotiate contracts, and begin developing the curriculum over the summer. We look forward to launching these new programs and curricula in the 2025-26 school year with the full support of our teachers, administrators, coaches, and interventionists. It is important to note that curriculum review is ongoing, regular process within all school districts. We engage in detailed discussions on these topics with our curriculum committee, keeping board members well informed by providing research, updating them on our process, and addressing any questions they may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Does anybody have anything else for open board forum? John.
I'd just like to say that we are so lucky to have somebody like Ray Slam as our BA. He's the best BA we've had here in years. He's highly dedicated, professional, knowledgeable, and one of the most honest people I've ever met in my life. Thank you for being our BA.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
It's nice, John. Stephanie.
Hi, I have a question. I was going along looking at this as we were talking about it. I personally did not, and I take full responsibility for this. I would think I was a little overwhelmed by the budget and our executive meeting last week. And when I voted for the Innovamat, I think at the time I definitely would not have. I do understand it a little bit better now but I am getting information that I'm looking at and hearing that I'm either mixing up or something's not exactly right. So I'd like to maybe even, I don't have to I'll have some questions. I can present them to you myself. I don't need to take up the board's time doing it now, but it was confusing for me. I just wanted to say, I know how hard everybody works to get all of this right, and I am new, but I was confused and I was not, if it was said, forgive me, I was not aware that 4 and 5 was pulled. So that's where all my questions had during the week, when I was reading about it.
Yeah, like I said, I know a lot of items on this could be cumbersome and confusing. At any time, please reach out to ask questions. If you see something on the agenda you're not sure about during the week, we always welcome, and that's why we put the agenda out ahead of time to ask those questions ahead of time. But we've had a very detailed discussion at our curriculum meeting with another four board members about these issues.
And I did say it in my curriculum report at last week's meeting, so I know,
Again, like
I know.
said, I do
curriculum reports are
apologize
very
if
long,
I
but
didn't
sometimes-
hear that part, but I definitely voted with not knowing, not having everything.
Okay.
I
settled.
believe Mr. Slam may have sent the board an email as well.
There was a lot of emails flying last week, so I definitely understand.
Right.
Well, thank you for your.
Otherwise, an email just
We're always
gets
open for
going.
questions. We want people to know that.
Yeah. I would
It's important to remember that at any point in time, we can abstain if we feel we don't have the information necessary to make an informed decision too. You
Sure.
definitely can
Thank
do
you, yeah.
that, yeah.
Yeah, that is true, but you ask the questions too, because obviously if everybody abstains, we're not gonna get anything done, so, we need to, yeah.
The last thing I'd like to say is there any possibility that we can permanently make our circle, a square, a triangle, a rectangle again?
I would like everyone on camera.
I like
do think
everyone
that
on
would be
camera,
good.
and I feel like I'm a million miles away
Uh-huh.
from everyone. I feel it's
Yeah.
much more personal. We're discussing important things.
Yeah, why?
Let's get
I mean,
together.
why is it like this? Is there a reason?
Well, workshops, we're working
Yeah.
with us.
Yeah.
And then public meeting, we're working with the
Um,
public
Well,
has.
we're
We
supposed
can
to be
always get it tighter.
presenting,
We can always
kind
get it tighter too.
Maybe we need to
Yeah.
try that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
Some
would
people
think
has
there's
to be a
more
way.
people, just from the number of comments and looking at the audience. I think there's more people watching online, and this is something I've actually asked since I joined, that there's no Brian Fisher on that screen. That's a
Yeah,
problem
it could
for
be
me.
good.
We were gonna put a picture of Brian.
One
Well,
year-
that's your problem. My problem is
When-
Brian Fisher.
Yeah, when I sat there, they
Wanna
used
trade
to always
seats?
think that I was somebody else. It was kind of.
Well, a lot of people have stated to me that they can't see.
They
who's
can't tell who's
speaking,
speaking.
And it's
I've had
hard.
comments.
No, it's not
hard
okay.
to
I was
keep track.
joking, but it's really not okay. We should fix that.
From my understanding, the reason that we have it in a horseshoe during a regular public meeting is because we're not supposed to, like, the discussion happens at the workshop
Oh.
and the vote happens here. And if the camera picked up all of us, you'd actually get a better view of us in the horseshoe than you would when we're pressed together, because then you're seeing the side of
Yes, that's
someone's head.
true.
The
That's
problem
true.
is that
Yeah.
the horseshoe is too big. It's supposed to be kind of like a dais.
Or maybe we need a camera with a different, there's gotta
Yeah,
be
we
a
just need
way
to
to
put the
get a camera with a bigger lens or
Could we
something.
just move the camera?
5 on Zoom, 18 on YouTube. Watch.
But people then watch
Yeah, but-
in the subsequent
No,
days.
just throw it
So-
out.
They
there.
do.
Somebody
They
mentioned.
definitely do.
We could always try some different things.
Right?
Get it tighter.
23.
Yeah.
You should be able to see it.
It's late. It's probably 35 at 8 o'clock.
Everyone can see me.
Just fly a drone around.
All
I
right.
do believe during COVID, they spread everybody out.
Oh, that is true. We did, but I
Because we
think
were-
we've,
Ray, that was 5 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Spellett.
I know, but maybe we never brought everybody.
I was still the hockey coach, so don't blame me.
I have two.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
was
you
that
did.
I'm sharing this table right now, and I'm left-handed. I'm pretty much.
My,
You're right
my
up against it,
understanding
I've got my own, this whole thing.
My understanding is that's a presidential decision,
What is the camera?
how we sit.
Oh, really? Ooh,
I
power.
believe so.
All right, I'm not going to make a rash decision right now. The first thing I'd like to try to do is get the camera to actually, capture all of us, because you are right. It would be harder in a way to do if we're all sitting in
Yeah, I
that
don't think that's.
table, because people are blocked by the people in front. Which would
Yeah,
be
I don't have a
nice for
problem
me
with
because
that.
I'd be in the back, but so yeah, let's see if we can fix it that way first, and then
We try to move the tables back.
yeah, maybe we put the tables back. It can be right up against that, right?
Sweep across the chairs.
So he said if we went back, we'd have to lose public.
Well, what if we move this back?
Well, you can
though?
separate these chairs, so
Well,
make
go
an
sit
aisle.
back, you got shelves behind you.
You could separate the chairs. Just have two sections. And then push it back,
Oh,
like
yeah.
an overhead
But
projection.
then the wire,
from,
he's saying the wires will be on the,
And I thought we got you last,
Any of
didn't we
us
get
are.
you last time in this formation?
No, not in this
No,
one.
not
Well,
yet.
this
Well-
camera, it was not this close either.
Right.
Actually, isn't the camera supposed to move? Isn't it track you, that camera?
Zoom out all the way.
Oh.
Otherwise I can.
I
zoom in
think
a
we
lot
could
more.
edge back
Yeah.
a little.
And maybe get it a little tighter.
I don't know if that would solve it. I feel like they could figure it out.
Okay, all right, yeah, let's not micromanage
problem
it.
solved.
All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna
they'll
work
figure it
on that.
They
We're
don't-
gonna work toward that.
Can I mention
We can get rid of the table.
All right, are we, what,
I
yes?
just wanted to mention something. I got to go to the wrestling dinner last night. And what a wonderful group of athletes. They all cheered for one another. It was very we had a bunch of second team winners and first team winners, and a lot of awards went out. And you can tell the closeness of the team and how they sat with each other. They were all very, very good as a team. And it's a good reflection on the students, our student athletes, and the coaching and all the parents that also involved with helping out. So it was a nice experience. So I just wanted to bring it up.
That's always nice to hear. Okay, we do have a closed session following, executive session following this, so how do I close?
We're gonna have.
We're not taking action. I don't think we're taking.
Session.
So we,
You don't have one.
So we can let everyone know that we're gonna adjourn from close, that way they don't have to wait around.
Oh.
This is where we're taking action.
okay, so the board is going to enter closed session, but no action will be taken. And we will adjourn after that session. Is that all I need
So,
to say?
yeah, so the resolution will be recommended the board.
Okay.
Closed session purposes discussing legal, personnel, and student matters. No action will be taken after closed session, and we'll adjourn.
Do I need to repeat that, or can we just say it is recommended to do the thing we just said? Can I do I need a motion? Or can I say all? Okay, so can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session for the purposes of discussing all those matters that you said? No action will be taken. Okay, great. Thank you, Carl and Melissa and Carl then. And all in, no, wait, can I do all in favor? All in favor? Aye.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Slim.